I survive this life that I'm living? Had drugs in the kitchen when food was the mission. Had I known what I know today, would I still would've did it? Probably little different. See, Davey was snitching, I didn't see it and I missed it. Chris was all in the mix and protecting my neck tradition. I grew up all in aggression, the 90s was like a depression. Thousands to climb, it got harder, fell from the heavenly father. Sometimes I felt like a martyr, but then I grew and got smarter. Plus I got a son that's coming up. I used to run from the sun, felt like a vampire too. Was only out for the blood. I had visions of rapping, people up in the rug. Now when I get that angry, I wrap my arms around my son. I just give him a hug, and all my pain goes away, knowing his mama is dead and she lays in the grave. That ain't the greatest statement, but I ain't the greatest person. So hey, so how did I? Hey, so how did I survive this life I'm living? How did I? So how did I survive this life I'm living? Hey, so how did I survive this life I'm living? So how did I survive this life I'm living? How did I survive all those late nights tripping? I had to swallow my pride inside of cop cars dripping. I seen chalk lines, but this shit was laid out different. Looked like a walk by with 4 knives and 8 guys lit. You ain't gotta talk about them dark times, my guy, I've lived it. I'm dark side till I die, or I die in prison. Hell of an awkward line for you whack ass liars. Such a pile of bullshit, they couldn't stack that higher. So if you whack and you rap around me, I'm getting tired. I got a long shit list like a bitch ass choir. When I write, I'ma take them all out. Night Esquire, it's out of sight, no fight when I fight with fire. High def, motherfucker, make your mic retire. Slight twitch from the right hand, make your right man lie right beside you. 5 for 5, but don't let me remind you. 5 for 5, but don't let me remind you. So how did I? Hey, so how did I survive this life I'm living? How did I? So how did I survive this life I'm living? Hey, so how did I survive this life I'm living? So how did I survive this life I'm living?
Section 1 of the US Constitution. I warn you on the board. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in the Congress of the United States, which shall consist of the Senate and House of Representatives. 232 years ago, in 1792, a Major General Arthur Sinclair led an incredibly disastrous expedition into the Northwest Territories, in which 700 federal soldiers were slaughtered by a Confederacy of Native Americans. A special investigation was established, and that congressional inquiry created an extremely important legal precedent. It enshrined in law the idea that Congress does have the power to inquire into executive power. Before that time, it hadn't been realised that the Congress, which essentially makes laws, also has the right that the executive power heeds those laws, obeys those laws. This oversight is a part of the Constitution. But I started to learn before I came out of it. I think the US Constitution is a thing of beauty. It enshrines rights that in my country, Australia, as in many English influences, they're not codified law. Rights such as your incredibly beautiful First Amendment constraint that Constitution, that Congress, quote, shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press. My Australian Constitution does not explicitly protect free speech or freedom of the press. It's just very, very weakly in case law. I suspect that under English law, the Colonel Parallel or Chris Mellon or Blue Elizondo, they'd be in the Tower of London by now, and the Lord High Executioner would have chopped off David Rush's head. About 8 years ago, I started thinking about writing a new book. Books are a bit like babies. You only start thinking about writing another one when you've forgotten the pain of the last one. I've had a very interesting career so far, and refers to the investigative journalism and bullshit newspapers. And I started thinking about what was the subject that was the one that everybody told you you should look at, the most stigmatized, the most taboo, but also the one that had the most obvious leads for investigation. And that story, of course, was UFOs, unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAPs as we call them. There is no story more stigmatized than journalism. If it's covered at all, it's treated with ridicule, contempt, and I can never understand why, frankly. Yes, there are some mentally ill people who are drawn to the subject, but it's always struck me how so many UAP sightings witnesses were hate incredible, often highly intelligent people describing something anomalous that baffled and sometimes even scared them. Numerous times in the last few decades, in my career, I've taken calls from people, first-hand witnesses, telling me they've seen UFOs, UAPs. Many people have seen intelligent movement from above, clear technology, and I have to admit, treated them with ridicule, dismissive, and system. I remember very early in my career, a woman who ran the newspaper I was working for, she said she'd seen a UFO while she was hanging out the washing line. She'd run inside, grabbed her film camera, taken 3 shots. She said she still had film in the camera, so I said, "That's it, bring it in." And so the photographic editor developed the film straight out of the camera. As we all waited outside, and out he came with this huge big blow-up of metallic disc offering over this washing line. And I freely admit I was a young buck in the newspaper, and I was very excited. I took it to my editor later in the day, and I said, "Look at this, we've got a great story." And he stopped, and he said, "Well, we don't do stories about UFOs." I said, "Why not?" He said, "They're nonsense." And for days afterwards, until 4 weeks on my desk, and you learn very quickly as a journalist, you don't cover the subject. And frankly, I found it perplexing because I found it incredible. given very clear indications that, contrary to that perception, this was something real. I was doing a story for an Australian public broadcaster, the Royal Australian Air Force, and I was with some very, very senior officers at the end of the day's filming. And after the second year, I said, "Why don't we chaps do stories about UFOs?" There was a flash on that, and I said, "Because they're nonsense." And in the course of the evening, this pilots and saying, tell us all. You sure? All these pilots had seen me years, and they were talking about it. They were thrilled, almost relieved that they could talk to somebody like me about it. But would anybody go public about it and talk about it? No one. There was so much stigma. So I set out investigating UFOs, and one of the first things I did was read Nick Cork's excellent book, which I will commend to you, The Zero book, which frankly is the definitive beginning for me of the search and the explanation for what really lies behind this history. He's a respected aerospace journalist, Nick, and he began similar investigations to mine about a quarter of a century ago, with the premise that around 1956, a group of scientists and a group of aerospace engineers had started talking very openly in the popular press about anti-gravity propulsion and how it would soon become a reality. The G engines are coming, we were told. And those articles referenced the Glenn L. Martin Aircraft Corporation, Bell Aircraft, Lear Aircraft, and as he wrote, several other American aircraft manufacturers who would not spend millions of dollars, as they were, on researching science fiction. There was also mention of an elusive George S. Trimble, who was the head of advanced programs and vice president in charge of the G project at Lockheed Martin, which was at the time Martin Aircraft, but it later became Lockheed Martin. Back then, Trimble led Martin Aircraft's RIAS, the Research Institute for Advanced Studies, the predecessor of what became Skunk Works. And it was also clear Trimble had a background in highly classified advanced physics concepts. And Nick, to his enormous credit, pieced together that Trimble had put together a team in 1957 researching anti-gravity, and yet 2 years later, all these stories started appearing in the popular press, where Trimble was making the extraordinary claim that the conquest of gravity, quote, could be done in about the time it took to build the first atom bomb. Now, there were also fascinating early references around this time in academic journals to electrogravitics research, tantalizing suggestions from excited scientists that developments were underway in secret that had profound implications for the human race. Respectable scientific journals were referencing the work of Thomas Townsend Brown, claiming that in experiments which had been peer-reviewed, he'd achieved anti-gravitic effects cutting weights by as much as 30%. And one very interesting aspect of T.T. Brown's work was that when he arrived at the best shape for an anti-gravitic craft, intriguingly, it was disc-shaped.
Why are you being a fucking bitch?
Supposed scientific breakthrough didn't happen. It's never happened. And if you allow 5 years or so for an equivalent program to the atomic program, it should have happened in the early 1960s.
Sorry, guys, just trying to fix
this left a tantalizing possibility, probability, that there'd been sometime in the mid-50s a breakthrough in anti-gravity propulsion that was quickly suppressed by the military or by the government. For a very brief moment, scientists had talked openly about it and freely about the dawn of a new age, huge implications for mankind. And then, bang, the door closed, and everybody shut up about it. My dilemma as an investigative journalist was that, assuming such a secret program existed, how on earth could I possibly track down these scientists, private aerospace workers, military and intelligence officials who might be involved in such a program? And moreover, how could I make them receptive to a quiet chat? And how could I protect them as sources if they chose to speak to me? And I was only too aware of just how totally compromised modern communications are. I was involved in Australia in breaking a world exclusive story about the existence of a communications spying system called Echelon, where under the UKUSA agreement, the UK-USA agreement, in which Australia, the UK, the USA, New Zealand and Canada participate, there'd been a secret code-breaking agreement since the Second World War, but that had also morphed into a communications spying system, where quite literally we were tapping not only the undersea cables, we were also intercepting satellites and listening in randomly to communications and sifting through billions and billions of communications all over the world with this sophisticated computer system that could pick up not only words but even accents. And that revelation shocked me, that how wide open modern communications are. More recently, I did a story for Australian 60 Minutes about a breach in mobile phone security that still exists called SS7, Signalling System 7. The story was eventually run on CBS 60 Minutes here in America. And what that revealed is that there's essentially a hack built into mobile phones that allows anyone who acknowledges this hack to listen in to any call, and it would demonstrate it on national television.
As a society, being proactive, we put on sunscreen, your teeth are no different from animal active shield.
Rainy day and need money fast? Easy Financial is here to help. Even in minutes so you can get the money you need to sleep soundly again. Apply online or at over 350 locations and get approved today without impacting your credit score.
At Sprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close. But we also print signs so that people can see your business here, see it here, and see it here. So you stand out. Even when they're way back here. Get 20% off signs and banners at visprint.ca.
So, how could I communicate with these people without compromising them? I reached the conclusion that the only way to do it safely was to find out who they are and where they lived and write them a letter. And that's what I did. I wrote 160 plus letters and mailed them, and it took months, but I waited. So to figure out who I was writing to, what I did was I read, listened and watched pretty much everything I could that referenced this purported dark, secret history of anti-gravity. I combed esoteric scientific papers for key words, and I looked who were the military R&D geeks, which companies won the most interesting looking contracts, who studied advanced physics at universities, reputable universities, and then disappeared. And some of the same names started appearing. I just treated it like any other investigation, not necessarily with the assumption that this program existed, but if it did exist, how would I find these people? And once I compiled an open source list of those scientists, commentators, and anybody else who I thought might be useful, I got the list going and started writing letters. Even at that stage, I was still skeptical. I have to admit, when I expected to find that the end of the rabbit hole was a secret US military program that was building a conventional advancements in aerospace technology. I figured it was a good story to blow this UFO baloney out of the water. I was going into it with full expectation it was complete nonsense. But I started getting letters back, to my amazement, quite quickly. A few of those who responded early on very sternly told me never to call them or write them ever again, which was quite instructive because they didn't want to do that. And they would, and I started intensifying my focus on those particular institutions. I learned other people who were very chatty. Some told me to talk to friends of theirs, and I soon built up, frankly, an enormous database of names. And we all of them, and I think this made a difference, is that I left no electronic trail. Because the root thing from doing is the source. It could kill you. Nobody will ever trust you again. very senior military commanders early in the 19th century were clearly concluded that the phenomenon behind UFOs was intelligently controlled craft. In fact, they were seen to be, quote, evasive when sighted by friendly aircraft. I'm citing here the quite extraordinary Twining memo of September 1947, in which Lieutenant General Nathan Twining, the head of the U.S. Army Air Force Air Material Command, acknowledged the flying discs being seen by many witnesses in U.S. skies at the time were, quote, something real and not visionary, fictitious. And the general recalled that the way these objects behaved clearly indicated that they were controlled by manually, automatically remotely. And as Miller records objects as craft that multiple witnesses saw as metallic, elliptical in shape, flat on the bottom, the dome on top, classic flying saucers, confirmed by a commanding general. I was also struck by how blatant and active official dissension on UFOs was envisioned from the declassified military intelligence archives. It's not well understood that dismissive debunking strategy towards UFO sightings by the US Department of Defense is part of an official policy.
That was a rough accident, actually.
70 years ago by the CIA's so-called Robertson panel. This extraordinary decision was made in secret by a group of scientists, military officers, and spies that public interest in UFOs, what we call today UAPs, should be debunked and discredited. And a secret report was prepared for the CIA, recommending a mass media campaign that would strip UFOs of their so-called aura of mystery. The report said, and I quote, and it's an astonishing quote, the debunking aim would result in a reduction in public interest in flying saucers, which today evoke a strong psychological reaction. This education could be accomplished by mass media such as television, motion pictures, and popular articles. Basis in such education are actual case systems, which had been puzzling at first but later explained. As in the case of conjuring tricks, there is much less stimulation if the secret is known. Such a program should tend to reduce the gullibility of the public and consequently their susceptibility to clever, hostile propaganda. Now, obviously, the official explanation for why CIA talk explicitly about tricking the American public is this idea that all of this public reporting of UFOs was causing a huge drain on the Air Force's time because they were having to investigate them. And so they were arguing that we should suppress this in the public interest because it was making a national security threat, because then they would be able to focus on the real UFOs. But to me that's a completely nonsensical argument, because if you think about it, you want your public to be alert and alarmed. You want them to report any kind of anomalous phenomena. Why would the Air Force be interested in discouraging people in that area from reporting alarming sightings of objects in our skies that could very well have been a foreign adversary aircraft? Also, should one bother to actually read it, the Robertson panel report admits that one scientist on the panel resolved that an extraterrestrial explanation was the only possible explanation for many of the cases. And he was overruled by the rest of the panel. The Robertson panel was frankly a fix. It was a deliberate deception to suppress public interest in UAPs, and it began the current contemporary attitude of stigma, ridicule, and contempt for coverage of the subject. We've all been hoodwinked. There are other red flags there in the historical declassified archives pointing to the idea that agencies within the US government were and still are trying to obfuscate and manipulate public opinion to play down the UAP mystery. After General Nathan Twining had recommended a study of UAPs, Project Saucer, later Project Sign, the first of the US Air Force investigations was established in December 1947. And that official report, released a year later, declared that these objects were not extraterrestrial. They didn't provide a jot of evidence to support such a claim, and it suggested, without this evidence, that they were possibly of Soviet origin. But then, of course, there was the intriguing testimony of US Air Force officer Edward Ruppelt, who Micah talked about. He'd seen a secret Project Sign report, and he blew the whistle on it. Estimate of the situation, which had declared secretly that these objects were interplanetary craft. There's a whiff here of a cover-up. Declassified FBI files also show that J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI director, was briefed in 1950 about reports of 50-foot wide crashed flying saucers and small humanoid bodies being recovered from the New Mexico desert. And unfortunately for the FBI, this UFO memo was written up by an officer, an agent called Guy Hotel, and it's become the most requested item in the FBI files. The FBI's had pains over the years to say that Hotel's memos allegations were never corroborated. There was never any finding that it was all true. But it soon becomes clear that the many compelling witness reports that provided the basis for these claims for purported crashes at Roswell, Aztec, New Mexico,
Sorry guys, I didn't know I had two audio devices on.
They cannot be quickly discounted. Time and time again, witnesses reported being threatened, even told they would be murdered if they talked about this. Why? What was being covered up? Even the Air Force couldn't explain the McMinnville case in 1950, when a guy called Paul Trent and his wife photographed a classic flying saucer-shaped object. And the Air Force tied itself up in knots trying to find an explanation, and they couldn't find one. And so they wrote in a memo, this is one of the few UFO cases in which all factors investigated appear to be consistent with the assertion that an extraordinary flying object, silvery, metallic, disc-shaped, tens of meters in diameter, evidently artificial, flew within sight of two witnesses. And then there was Canadian scientist Wilbert Smith. I love this story, who managed to find people with apparent knowledge of the US secret program, including Robert Sabaka, a US scientist who'd worked for the US government's World War II Office of Scientific Research and Development, an eminent US scientist. And Smith declared in his once secret memo to the Canadian government not only that flying saucers exist, but this was the most highly classified subject in the US government, rating even higher than the H-bomb. He even outed Dr. Vannevar Bush as the head of the group running this secret program. And it makes sense because Bush was the presidential scientific advisor.
Intimidate everybody on the internet.
About the recoveries. government on retrieved non-human technology. And it's a secret that's being kept by faceless bureaucrats from the Canadian Defence Ministry.
Here's the top 3 reasons to switch to the faceless side of the Number 1, 2 shades wider teeth. Number 2, 24/7 sensitivity protection. 3, and safely enabled. As a dentist, I think it's when vision tools start whitening your teeth with system and go white.
official public line for 70 years has largely been that there's been nothing to this UFO business. It's a line sadly pushed today with yapping, curious anecdotes in the mainstream press. Recently, there's been a series of reports on UAPs, drones, if you believe the US Air Force, that's the new squad press. They're being routinely seen hovering with apparent impunity over nuclear and military installations, and I was surprised to see in the declassified historical archives considerable evidence showing there was grave concern about these exact same objects appearing in the 40s and the 50s over extremely sensitive US national security installations such as Simrace and Bridge, where America was making a bomb. Scientists and military working there assume these objects frequently, and Air Force investigators admitted, quote, here we run out of even longer explanations that might be tenable, and we're left with numbers of incredible reports from credible observers. Something is important involved is to secure national security installations. That's a scientific fact right now, as the US Air Force's own paperwork shows, and it's been going for 7 decades. Why is it not recognized as way strange that the US Air Force today reluctantly admits a worrying pattern of ongoing UAP sightings over key US Air Force bases and nuclear installation sites, which are a clear and present national security risk, and yet it cannot provide, it hasn't provided a shred of evidence to back up its weak claim that these are some drones from a supposed foreign mercenary government. Drones that are being sent to hover in the air against the wind at extraordinary high altitude for days at a time in remote oceans, hundreds of miles offshore, miraculously avoiding capture by the most powerful military on the planet, that I remain humble has spent tens of millions of dollars on developing anti-drone technology. For that matter, why is so much of what the government knows about the supposed lunar shoot drones over the continental USA last year still so highly classified, especially that a mascot object, which indeed was obvious. Another sound reason to take this issue seriously is to look at the caliber of the former government officials who were coming out 70 years ago pushing for UAP transparency and suggesting that the government was hiding something. Cardinal, Lou Elizondo and W. Bush have illustrious predecessors. The founder of LiveGaming, the US National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, was Thomas Townsend Brown, the chap I mentioned earlier. The founding director of the CIA was still alive. Vice Admiral Roscoe Miller, a hugely experienced naval intelligence officer, the former commander of the USS Missouri, within a year of leaving his CIA job. What does he do? He becomes a UAP transparency advocate. And then he was also joined by a top US Navy Rear Admiral, Del Mafani. Why are they doing that? Why did he, in 1960, become a UAP transparency and testify to Congress, quote, it is time for the truth to be brought up in congressional hearings. This is a form of DCI. What truth did Admiral Vernon know in 1960 from his time in naval intelligence and as the head of the CIA? The parallels today with that of David Reich, exemplary intelligence officer entrusted with the highest presidential secrets, are extraordinary. While on Lighthouse Moon, Philip Honda and Rear Admiral Fane also have been criticised for the fact that many witnesses stopped reporting their sightings to the US Air Force because of frustration when investigations went nowhere. Does that sound familiar? Of course it does. Because it's exactly what the army is doing today. The Pentagon's coordinating resolution as also was the first name. There's also something that was done back then as well. When Micro started attacking the US Air Force started attacking Micro to try and discredit them. So familiar? Yeah, that's exactly what the Pentagon's been doing. It's been doing Elizondo and David Bush, trying to discredit them. Sly, malicious, and deceitful leaks to mainstream media. Just like Bush, former CIA director Hill, he was homework. He got hold of a leaked memo showing that while the Air Force was covertly debunking sightings, in secret it was prioritising multiple UAPs. Why was a supposedly fictitious phenomenon being secretly acknowledged in the memo as serious Air Force business? The simple fact is there's a hefty rate of declassified government files that prove the believers that sections of the US military and intelligence authority know a hell of a lot more than what they're doing. My favourites are the discoveries of cables. For example, the US Air Force attaché in Kabul, Afghanistan, reported the discovery of a physical flying saucer 15 metres in circumference with thick, small glass windows. That doesn't sound like a satellite or space vehicle. Apparently the Russians beat the Americans too. We don't know what happened to them. There's also a heavily redacted CIA report from 1968 describing a metallic disc-shaped object with a 6-foot base, 4 feet in height that was found in a crater in Nepal. This is one of a series of documents that refers to a covert program known as Project Moondust, which it's long been suspected is involved in retrievals not only of foreign nursery technology, but also of human wealth. Now, interestingly, in light of the fact that David Bush reported last year that there is an ongoing secret Cold War underway with potential foreign investments and retrieved technology, files suggest this isn't something new. And this is where things started to get interesting for me, journalistically, because my first breakthrough in the moment was actually an Australian alleged linked UAP retrieval. Details from an Australian Air Force photographer who some decades back was summoned to his commanding officer in Darwin and told he would be happy the Americans with an unspecified overseas photography job. I've never spoken about this before, and I've got to be careful to protect my own name. This military photographer, though, was told that the job was very secret, and it was obvious the Australian government had no idea what it was being asked to do. It was totally clear to know. And strange as this request by a foreign military like America may sound, this is how Australia does things. We've been very much a servile, willing supplement to American intelligence and British intelligence for many, many years. A lot of the people I know inside Australian intelligence are right quite proud of some of the things we've done to help defend Western democracy. But we've also done some quite stupid things. And one of the things I covered, reported for Australian TV in 1994, was a huge expose by our Secret Service ACES, who went to the CIA. ACES had people who did technical marketing and technical, and they're very good at it, we still are. And the Brits asked if they could buy them chips. And rather than what it was for, they had 200 employees, and the Brits intelligence service said, yes, they sent it off. It was the aftermath of the 2003 Gulf War, and the Kuwaiti government was putting out huge contracts for the rebuilding of Kuwait. And what I learned from one of these technical operations guys was that he had paid the Kuwaiti government officers for MI6, the British SIS, so that the British could win commercial contracts against the Australians. But it became secret. And so when I finally wrote the story, it emerged that the Defence Minister working on the head of the Secret Service knew that their staff were being lied about. this way. And this is how plausibly reliable things have been done. I have been writing for many years, and it's been an area of research for me as a journalist for a long time. And so I am about to tell you about an alleged Australian involvement in what I suspect was an online human retrieval. Because what this Australian military photographer said he was supposed to do was picked up by an American Air Force plane flown into a remote southeastern location, driven into a deep jungle. As he described it, the area of the jungle was a disc-shaped craft. Under intense supervision, he was told to photograph everything around it inside that craft. He was then told to develop the evidence in front of his American supervisors. He then had to hand over the photographic gear and camera and film and make sure that it was taken in good. He was then warned not to discuss with Australian superiors what he had done and what he had seen. Never did. He was the first person to learn about it. As far as I know, the Australian government has no idea that this Australian serviceman was involved in a retrieval operation. And the interesting thing was, when I first spoke, even tangentially about this incident, I got phone calls from people I knew in special forces in Australia saying I should speak to certain people. And I was introduced to Australian special forces soldiers who'd been described to the British SAS in Hereford. One of them told me he'd been involved in a retrieval in a European country of a craft. There are shocking allegations if I was to accept what these alleged first-hand witnesses were telling me. It was, and still is, a secret Cold War going on between the Russians, the Chinese and the Americans to secure what I am told by an unnamed further retrievals. This is not. It's the start of an investigation. What I am told are retrieved by human craft. There are even allegations that we are bringing down these craft offensively using weapons. And I know that sounds crazy, but I'm telling you what I'm being told. If these claims are true, then we have acted with an incident with a non-human intelligence in our avaricious effort to be the first to secure an advantage with their technology. It's a bold statement of what should be one of the greatest moments in human history. First contact. I get more attention. Listen, if these allegations are true, I can more attention. This awful secret is broadly some government have decided it is best to stay concealed. Now I know what many of you probably think. This is sci-fi, silly stories, attention-seeking alternatives to prejudice and unbelievers. That's what I thought. I was skeptical. I still don't know whether to believe it. I do think I'd be fed disinformation when I heard all the same story from so many sources beginning to think it might plausibly have some truth to it. Now around this time of research, the flood of letters started happening. It was first attracted by a flood. It took months for people to respond to my 160-plus letters. But after what I suspect was an agonizingly difficult decision for them to decide whether to encourage, they did. I began to suffer an extraordinary thing. You must accomplish what we
I didn't even consider going to the financial crisis. I struggled, as I said, a little bit because I didn't understand how to I wanted to explore the options of the regular in this house and also have
treating people, the people who love their country, love and respect their constitution, honour their national security oath, but think you've got a bloody right to be able about what they like. You agree with their life. I will die in a ditch if they to protect the anonymity of the sources I spoke to and still engaging with. But one of them I killed because he was he called me on an open road after the I barely believed who he was. Because if I was to think of the one person who I wanted to speak to, it was him. His name was Matt Burns. He was the US Navy's former long-time Director of Science and Technology Development, the Chief R&D Scientist and Chief Geek for many years, for over 30 years. He was a beautiful, wisecracking, 92-year-old Brooklyn Jewish scientist with a beautiful sense of humor. And sadly, he was dying from cancer. And fate dictated that I caught him at the perfect time. He was sitting in his Baltimore home, bored out of his brain with too much time on his hands. And here was this Aussie journalist asking him about the war that must be the latest generation with the US Navy's R&D division. He was fiercely on-knowledge and so sure. And over several months, I finally opened up to him about what he was on his own mission led into. He was briefed on the program, and he told me that he had been led to a classified program involving retrieved non-human technology recovered alien spacecraft. He eventually admitted that he was officially briefed that America had retrieved multiple non-human craft, and that he was aware that it was a secret operation provided for decades of his words to undertake to reverse engineer. He admitted that most of what he knew was effectively hearsay, although from some excellent official sources, this is something he being briefed into with his official post. He did admit that on one occasion he was flown to Wright Patterson Air Force Base, literally taken deep underwater, taken to a secure area and shown what looked like some kind of ultra-modern craft, which he believed was constructed in a way that defied conventional exploration.
Yeah, good CPO is cold as a
You know, physics bonded at an atomic level. This is I found it very, very difficult to accept a lot of what they told me. I still do. I find it mind-blowing that I'm in this position as a serious insect journalist who spent his career investigating crime and corruption, that I'm on the edge of what is the most fringe subject in the world. But every single one of these people that Nat put me onto was talking about one thing: the program. A highly secret, very, very, very carefully compartmentalised retrieval effort of non-human technology craft, and an identically highly protected reverse engineering program being conducted in secret facilities across the United States. Retrieval teams rigidly compartmented, operations absolutely need to know, mind-boggling secrecy. Multiple sources have told me that there was a very clear threat made: if you talk about this, you will be killed. And there are allegations. David Grush has made them as well. I have been told by multiple people that people have been murdered to protect this secret. Make of that what you will. As we all know, politicians, scientists, intelligence community and military whistleblowers are now openly accusing the US government of a massive, decades-long cover-up. They're suggesting the world has been egregiously misled in a deliberate disinformation campaign designed to suppress interest in a phenomenon that, contrary to its public position, the US has always, in fact, taken very seriously indeed. And throughout 2023, as we all know, there's been a determined effort by a bipartisan group of very senior US politicians to try and get legislation through the Congress to force transparency and disclosure provisions into America's annual defense budget. And what finally passed into law mandated some of what might help a government-wide UAP records collection to be held by the US National Archives. But I don't expect for a moment that the agencies allegedly responsible for this massive cover-up are going to willingly hand over what they see as the crown jewels to temporary employees. That's the dilemma you face. It's not my problem. I'm not an American. It's up to you what you do about it. But I'm told this was hidden long ago in private corporate aerospace, in full anticipation that the day would come when Congress would start asking questions. A key provision in the bill that was proposed last year would have mandated eminent domain, the confiscation of UAP-related material. And it was struck down. But the mere fact that senior politicians like Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, one of the most powerful people in the Congress, was prepared to put his name to a document in the Congress talking about the retrieval of non-human intelligence technology. We've passed a tipping point. What is very, very unusual about this push in Congress for this greater UAP disclosure on an issue that many people still regard as a fantasy is that it is backed by many high-powered politicians, among them the Democrat Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, the Republican Vice Chairman of the Senate Select Committee Marco Rubio, the Republican Senator Mike Rounds, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Cybersecurity for the Armed Services Committee, and the Democrat Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, who serves on the Senate committees for both intelligence and armed services. A previous highly respected Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, the late Harry Reid, also played a huge role in pushing Congress to make these laws and to begin aggressively investigating what the government knows about UAPs. Why would two Senate Majority Leaders, members of the so-called Gang of Eight, which is the one group in the Congress that is briefed into all of America's most deep secrets, why would they put their reputations on the line to promote disclosure of a supposedly non-existent, non-human intelligence and technology operating secretly on our planet? Politicians do not put their names to bills unless they have very good grounds for doing so. And there are also lower house politicians pushing for public congressional hearings into UAPs, just as happened in the 1970s Watergate and Church Committee hearings, where whistleblowers would get their chance to testify under oath. And after the Pentagon's UAP Investigation Office, ARRO, issued a report in February categorically denying the existence of illicit UAP efforts with retrieved extraterrestrial technology, Senator Gillibrand pledged that she wanted public hearings. She said it's definitely not case closed. Her comments and those of other politicians suggest Congress suggests something is being concealed on UAPs, and it's now determined to investigate. There are extraordinary allegations that have been aired. As we all know, in June 2023, almost a year ago, David Grush went public with his allegations. He basically alleged on both the debrief and also on News Nation with me that the US is running a secret UAP retrieval and reverse engineering program, and that it is in possession of non-human technology, including craft, along with their dead pilots, biologics, yes, aliens. That's David Grush's allegations. And he filed in 2022 a whistleblower complaint with the US Intelligence Community Inspector General. And this has been so misrepresented. Categorically, the US Inspector General of Intelligence and Security, he's the US Intelligence Community Inspector General. He deemed all of David Grush's allegations, including his allegations of a retrieval and reverse engineering program, as urgent and credible. There's been an attempt to suggest that it was just in relation to his allegations of reprisals. That's not true. The Inspector General of Intelligence specifically found that it was an urgent and credible issue for investigation by the Congress, credible, that David Grush had made an allegation of a secret retrieval and reverse engineering program. Think about that. That investigation's still ongoing. David also gave hours of classified testimony, and in a secure room for the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence, he named names. He gave locations. He's given Congress the names of he knows who are the gatekeepers. And he's made it very, very clear that he's detailed everything about what he knows about the program. He specifically gave evidence under oath. Under oath, so he risks criminal prosecution if he's lied. Detailing his allegations to the House of Congress Oversight Committee. Explaining that his allegations were based on information he'd been given with individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to their country, many of whom shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony. Weigh that well. He also explained how he was tasked by the UAPTF director to identify all the special access programs and controlled access programs, the secret folders around which the secret has been kept, related to UAPs. And he said, I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program to which I was denied access to those additional read-ons. He also alleged that the programs he uncovered were operating in breach of oversight rules that mandated Congress must be informed about all such secret programs. The US Defense Department has conspicuously not commented at all about Mr. Grush or his specific allegations. They've used ARRO, the Pentagon's congressionally mandated UFO investigation office, but ARRO is only as good as the information that it's given, and whether its leadership mandates a proper investigation. My impressions to date suggest that most witnesses with direct knowledge of the legacy retrieval and reverse engineering program wouldn't go within cooee of ARRO, as we say in Australia. They just don't trust the Pentagon to investigate its own dirty secrets, which led to ARO declaring in a report earlier this year that it hasn't found any empirical evidence that any sighting of a UAP represented off-world technology or the existence of a classified program that had not been properly reported to Congress. It also went on to say that investigative efforts determined that most sightings were the result of misidentification of ordinary objects and phenomena. And then there was this line, which I just think is incredible. Although many UAP reports remain unsolved, ARO assesses that if additional quality data were available, most of these cases also could be identified and resolved as ordinary objects or phenomena. What sophistry! ARO is suggesting that it's able to declare, on its own admission, it has no evidence to back such a claim, but it's asserting that most of these other unsolved cases would be capable of prosaic explanation. I'm sorry, but such a contention is unscientific, and it displays a lack of objectivity. How can you reach any conclusion until the empirical data has been collected and assessed? It's an express admission that ARO was prejudging the assessment. The report, frankly, was a total joke, and I know some ARO staff are extremely embarrassed by its findings. Many commentators have since criticised the report, including senior politicians in Congress, because ARO, the Pentagon, did not do a proper investigation into the allegations raised by David Grush and many other witnesses who've testified to the Congress in secret. And conspicuously, this is so important, there has been no specific public response to David Grush's allegations from the independent Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the ODNI. That's the independent intelligence czar that since the catastrophic intelligence failures of 9/11 oversees and coordinates all US intelligence agencies. In fact, its annual report in 2022 appears to directly contradict ARO because it made the finding that UAP events continue to occur in restricted or sensitive airspace, highlighting possible concerns for safety of flight or adversary collection activity. It also said UAP pose a safety of flight and collision hazard to air assets, potentially requiring aircraft operators to adjust flight patterns in response to their unauthorised presence in the airspace, operating outside of air traffic control instructions and standards. And it also said UAP continue to represent a hazard to flight safety and pose a possible adversary collection threat. And then in December 2023, after Ohio Congressman Mike Turner led a push to block the key Schumer amendments that would have allowed whistleblowers to come forward and give evidence with more security to the Congress, the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, no less, spoke on the floor of the Senate, clearly angry, and he confirmed that he believed the US government was refusing to share information on UAPs with the American people. Senator Schumer said, UAPs are of immense interest and curiosity to the American people. But with that curiosity comes the risk for confusion, misinformation and mistrust, especially if the government isn't prepared to be transparent. The United States government has gathered a great deal of information on UAPs over many decades, but has refused to share it with the American people. This is the Senate Majority Leader saying this. This is wrong and additionally breeds mistrust. And this is the kicker paragraph. We have also been notified by multiple credible sources that information on UAPs has been withheld from Congress, which, if true, is a violation of laws requiring full notification to the legislative branch, especially as it relates to the 4 congressional leaders, the defense committees and the intelligence committee. And in apparent defiance of the Pentagon RO's office to do its level best to downplay the UAP issue, the senior so-called J3 Intelligence Joint Chiefs Staff advising America's Joint Chiefs of Staff are taking UAPs very seriously indeed. In an FOI request obtained by researcher Douglas Johnson, there are orders that were sent out to all US military commands in May 2023 that mandated the collection of all UAP data. It set out procedures for reporting and gathering data on contemporary military encounters with UAPs. And it reads, the US government has observed UAP in or near the territory and operating areas of the United States, of its allies and of its adversaries, and observing and identifying and potentially mitigating UAP has become a growing priority for US policymakers, lawmakers and war fighters. The potentially ubiquitous presence of UAP defines the national security implications of those anomalies, which range from operational hazards and threats to technological and intelligence surprise to adversaries' strategic miscalculations. It is imperative that DoD provide UAP incident, incursion and engagement for the department's detection and mitigation of potential threats, exploitation of advanced technologies, and informing policymaker and warfighter decisions. That is not a Pentagon that is disinterested in UAPs, and the explicit reference to the national security implications of those anomalies in the Joint Chiefs document puts the Pentagon's most senior commanders in apparent conflict with the bullshit report from their own UAP investigation office. It's history repeating itself. While one arm of the Pentagon publicly dismisses UAPs, it's behind the scenes being acknowledged as a grave national security threat. Now, you're probably getting very sick of listening to me by now. I sure am. But before I finish, I want to tell you about an initiative that I'm involved in back in Australia. The Non-Human Intelligence Research Institute, NHIR.org. It's been founded with the extremely generous support of an Australian neuroscientist and businessman called Dr. Anton Uvarov. It's the first organisation of its kind in the Australasian region. We plan to fund collaborative scientific research projects into unidentified anomalous phenomena. And we are very interested in funding generously collaborations with scientists worldwide. We're already working with Dr. Beatrice Villarol, who I know is presenting at this conference, to assist her superb research into so-called astronomical transients. Another planned project is the construction of absolutely state-of-the-art observation stations that will be placed in UAP hotspots. These will be mobile, using absolutely best-case, top-of-the-line technology. We hope they will collect extensive data on UAP. So if anyone here, or anyone watching, thinks they have a scientific project that might help us crack the mystery of UAPs, and you're interested in pitching for NHIR Institute's funding support, and I can tell you, Anton's deadly serious. He wants to support good science. Let's talk. We think it's time to stop waiting for governments to admit what they know. We plan to science the truth. There's a pile of my cards here. Don't hold back. Thank you very much.
questions, yeah.
Yeah, one more time, Ross Coulthard. What an incredible way to kick off the 2024 AAPC conference. Now, we're going to do a few questions. I think we've got just enough time, don't we? We're a little behind schedule, but hey, he had a lot to say, didn't he?
I'm so sorry if I wabbled on, you know.
Now, with the questions, I do want to quickly say, and I'll say a little more about this later, that we're all using the Whova app. Most of you probably got emails about this with updates. It's probably the best way for you to include your questions, but there are also little cards on the table where you can do it the old-fashioned way, like Ross would do, right? Write it down and put it in the mail. So indeed, and that's obviously very effective. So if you'd like to write on your cards and pass those up to the front, I think that Rich and some of the folks are going to be helping to get those up here to me. I'm going to start, though, on a few on the Whova app, and I'm going to give you a little briefing tomorrow morning, by the way, about how that works. For the time being, let's kick off with this one, Ross. We have the following question. It seems that most people active in the UAP arena have given up on challenging the mainstream media's wholesale shunning of the UAP topic. Do you believe it's a lost cause, or do you, and they emphasize this, do you honestly think mainstream media can be brought around to cover the topic appropriately?
You know what? I don't think mainstream media matters anymore. One of the things that I'm fascinated by as a journalist is I think I'm personally responsible for the decline of hot-leaded newspapers, film in television. Every single thing that I've used to report in journalism has gradually gone defunct during my career. And of course the real reason is because of the encroachment of the internet. What has happened is this incredible secret, and it is a secret, it is real, has been kept because at the very time that we need quality investigative journalism at a level we've never seen before, the money that used to provide rivers of gold to the great newspapers and the huge TV stations, it's not there anymore. And most of the media networks are just, they're sniffing vapors, they're running on empty. They don't have the huge investigative staff they used to have. When I first started in newspapers, I was one of probably 20 investigative reporters in my newspaper. And now I'm often the only reporter doing investigative journalism in an entire TV network. There's no money anymore. And so when you go to a boss and you say, as I did once, I want to go to the United States and talk to a guy called Chris Mellon, who tells me that there's a really interesting story about UFOs. Not only did I meet with hostility to the whole idea because of the embarrassment about the stigma of UFOs from the boss of the program I was working for, it was also cost. These things cost money. Most of the people I've persuaded to talk, I've only persuaded them to talk by sitting down and talking to them. The process of travel, the process of exposition, that takes work. And that great era of investigative journalism, where great papers like the New York Times, the LA Times, the Boston Globe, I mean, it's a beautiful period in American journalism, but it's over. And it's why you're not seeing a lot of good quality journalism anymore on a lot of issues in the American media or in my media. And so I've given up lamenting the failure of mainstream media because it's not their fault. I've spoken to editors about this. A lot of my friends are now editors of major newspapers or TV networks, and they're pained by the fact that they don't have staff to deploy to go out and investigate stuff. But what is interesting, and I've learned this for myself, I put an interview up with Gary Nolan late last year, almost just as a filler. Channel 7 said to me in Australia, look, if you've got any interviews you think are interesting that people might want to watch, we can put it up over Christmas. It's been watched nearly 3 million times. The last time anyone in the media had ratings of 3 million was probably 40 years ago. What's happening is media is moving online, and online is incredibly powerful. It's much more powerful than mainstream media. I routinely, on podcasts that I do, or on shows that I do like Reality Check on News Nation, we outrate major networks on national television because there's an audience from all over the world that even if they're not getting it in mainstream media, they want it. And they're interested. There's a wisdom of the crowd on this subject. They want to know what's going on, and they smell a rat.
Indeed, well said. Here's another question. This comes, there we go. Yeah, we've got time for clapping. We've got a question that comes from here in the audience this evening. Ross, what does it mean for the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies' methodical approach to characterizing UAP, the slow, steady, and empirical approach, in other words, the scientific method, and how long it often takes to evaluate things scientifically if what Ross describes turns out to be true?
And I say if, I always concede there is the possibility that this is some incredible mass disinformation program, that the dozens of people I've now spoken to about this have been a setup by, Office of OGA and the CIA or whoever. I doubt it. But what does it mean for science? What it means is we've just got to keep on digging. I mean, it's there. It really is. I mean, the incredible thing is I've had conversations with scientists in the program who are angry that they can't do what we're all doing here. Sharing and discussing ideas, which is the fundamental idea behind good science. Peer review. My understanding is that a large part of the technological breakthroughs that should have happened with this technology, if this is true, haven't been able to be achieved because, frankly, we haven't been able to share ideas with other scientists, particularly in materials science, who might be able to advise how things are constructed. I spoke to one guy who told me he'd worked for 20 years on one particular object, but it was so compartmented, he'd only ever been able to look at videos and photographs and descriptions of the object. He'd never been allowed to physically touch it. Think about that. And every year he would come to his office, sit in that office, and he wasn't allowed to talk to the people in either office, either side of him, and discuss what it was that he was working on, and neither were they. This whole program, if it exists of course, is so heavily compartmented that it's constraining the discovery of scientific advancements that could benefit all of humanity, not just a select group of people in private aerospace who I suspect have made the decision that this is theirs.
Our next question here, we're getting quite a few about some of the recent amendments in the bill language that's appeared actually fairly recently. This one comes from folks online. What are the odds that Congressman Robert Garcia's proposed amendments to Majority Leader Schumer's UAP legislation will face significant revisions or get gutted again before it passes?
I think it will at the moment, because there is I don't know what it is. I mean, I love coming to America. I've come here pretty much every year, multiple times a year for the last 35 years. And I've seen a change. When I was a little boy, I loved the fact that there was this Apollo space program that had been achieved by this amazing country, America, that had made incredible technological achievements. And so much of it happened here in Rocket City. And I was very lucky. A good friend of mine organised a VIP tour for me of the Marshall Space Center this week, and I went and stood by the test platform where Werner von Braun tested his first rockets here in America. It was history, an incredible era where some of America's greatest generation achieved technological achievements that are just absolutely mind-boggling. But right now, America feels broken. It feels like it's lost its way. And it's really interesting because what could single-handedly motivate America? You need like a Manhattan Project. Nothing could do it more than to be able, and this is what I find bewildering. I've asked so many people, including quite senior people, who've rung me, knowing that I will, obviously, even though they're telling me things that betray the fact that they know full well they're admitting the existence of a program. I've had conversations with people in private aerospace asking me what they should do. It's perverse. And I've said, what's the reason? Why are you keeping this secret? And they talk with just enough angularity, just enough detachment from any admission. But what they're skirting around is the fact that they're sitting on this monstrous secret. And to me, nothing could transform America more, or humanity more, than the realization that we are not alone. You know, we perhaps forget our differences in Ukraine, or North Korea, or China, or Russia, and think of ourselves as humans. Imagine what science could achieve, what humanity could achieve, if we could deploy the minds of everybody in this room, and anybody in the world, to achieve technological breakthroughs. My understanding is that what we're doing with this technology, with this retrieved technology, is we're essentially piggybacking on it. We're not reverse engineering it. We're retrofitting it in a way that allows us to use it. I won't go any further than that. I know a lot about it. And by the way, if anybody ever did decide to push me under a bus, believe me, every name of every person that I've been told, I haven't been able to verify it, so I can't publish it. Everything I know will be published by multiple people who I've sent copies of what I have all around the world. I'm mindful of the fact that I do know people have been murdered. And that's a big call, I know. People have been murdered to protect this secret. And so coming back to answer your question, this is the biggest secret in human history. And I don't give a toot whether people call me a conspiracy theorist. On a level of probability, I'm pretty bloody sure it's true. And what they're doing is they're misusing the laws of your country to hinder what is a constitutional right by Congress to oversight every arm of government. Now, if Americans don't care about that, then you can go another 60 years in ignorance. It's up to you. I mean, frankly, I actually don't think the amendment will pass in its current form. I think it will be emasculated. And frankly, unless you, the American voter, can motivate politicians to actually do something about this, it's a complete waste of time. And just like Roscoe Hillenkotter tried in 1960 and was publicly vilified for doing so, a former DCI of the CIA went public within a year of leaving office, pushing for UAP transparency. What the hell? Why did he do that? He did that because he knew about the program. He thought it was monstrous, outrageous that this secret was being kept. And I do. But I don't vote. But I happen to think that America, the greatest generation, showed in this town 60 years ago things that me as a little boy, I loved it. It inspired me. You as a country can do great things, and you've lost your way. It's as simple as that. This is an issue that goes to the absolute heart of what you've all been told, you know, your country is great. It's a load of steaming bullshit right now. You're failing. And you're failing because there's this monstrous secret that's being perpetuated. Trillions of dollars, I suspect, have been diverted from your budgets. You can't even fix your roads. What the hell? Why don't you vote these pricks out and get people in who are going to make a change?
We're almost out of time, but you know, on the heels of that, I think it would only be appropriate to get one more from our live audience here at the Rocket City Tavern. This question, Ross: what actions can activists take to effectively pressure elected officials to demand more transparency?
It really is as simple as, I mean, I know there was the New Paradigm Institute, for example, held a demo in DC, and only a number of people turned up. Good old-fashioned tub-thumping political campaigning makes a huge difference. I can tell you, I've got friends that work in ministerial offices in government, and nothing works better than sitting down and handwriting a letter to a minister of government or a secretary of department complaining about something. If politicians started getting floods of letters telling them that this is an election issue, when I know, for example, Trump's been briefed, do you know what's going on? He's scared. He's scared they're going to kill him if he reveals what he knows. That's what I've been told. You have a situation where your potential president is terrified of speaking about the UAP issue because he's scared they're going to kill him. I'm not making this up. This is serious. You know, we have a national scandal at the heart of this. It's not just about UFOs, it's about your country. It's totally screwed unless you resolve this issue. It should be the dominant political issue. If you can get this secret out, the world will change overnight. And I've heard that from people in the know. They're deeply, deeply angry that this secret is being suppressed. They see no good reason. One of the reasons it's being suppressed is because America has made weapons, dreadful weapons. Is that really what we want to do with the technology that we obtain by using offensive weaponry against fairly benevolent non-human intelligence? Is that really how we want to define our first contact? Because that's what we're talking about. And I don't know how to communicate this more seriously. You know, I know that talking about this is a possibility. You might notice in the course of this speech I've used qualifications if this is true. I will always have to concede the possibility that it's disinformation. But too many people have told me that this is true. And frankly, if Americans don't care about it when they go to the polls in November, you're screwed. So,
I think it's actually all the time we have for tonight, but I do want to ask everyone, please, to give us another round of applause for Mr. Ross. Please welcome us.
thanks for watching. Go to joinnm.com to find News Nation or television provider. And please don't forget to click that red subscribe button to ensure you get more of News Nation's unbiased and fact-driven news coverage. G'day and welcome to Reality Check. Before we start and he's kept the weight off for over 20 years and counting. Rost. It's linked at the bottom of this video, and just click thehealthyfat.com/Ross. Now, let's get on with the show. It's amazing to be here in the Valley of the Kings, which is where many of the pharaohs were buried in secret, with a huge number of the incredible treasures, the things that Howard Carter described when he found the tomb as beautiful. Who on earth made these incredible technologies, these fine stone vases, the beautiful carved statuary, the incredibly well-honed granite blocks?
Alright, Ross, roll tight. I have had a fucking enough of you, mate.
Horizon arcade event will begin any minute now. Enjoy! Turn around when it is safe to do so. Turn around when it is safe to do so. At your destination.
Trailblazer there. What the fuck, the longest highway in the world, eh? That's a joke. traction. call when you're home tonight. Give me a call tonight. Yeah, sounds good. Sweat it out.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Every festival starts with a hero car, and who gets to play around with it? Always some hotshot driver like you. Well, not this time. You're Scotty's ride, kid. Let's go. Oh, look at all the buttons. Oh, I mean, not bad. Not bad. Show me what this thing can do. Wow. Horizon. It's been a ride, huh? Get it? Because we're in cars? Oh, I'm sorry. No, you know what? Actually, I'm not sorry. Horizon has been amazing for me. I love every part of it. Even back when I wasn't quite as, Scotty. There's been so many amazing people. Alice, Jack, Hero, Warren, Sammy. Oh, and my boy Dom Thompson. He hates it when I call him that. Oh, I hope that's not why he didn't come to Mexico. I've seen it all. From the Colorado Heats to the Festival Falls in Australia. All the way to the Hall of Fame right here in Mexico. Yeah, I think Horizon has always been about the people. Or the cars, or all the wonderful places we've seen. Man, I don't know.
What does Horizon mean to you?
Huh? Me? Wow. Nobody's ever asked me something like that before. I'm usually just Scotty T, Scottmeister, Hype Train Tyler, you know? But just you wait. You are in for a high-speed tour of the best festival days of your life. Pure nostalgia, pure Horizon, baby.
I can't wait.
Car. Ooh, my head's spinning. Hey, one sec. Yellow? Darius? Do I know a Darius? Wait, Darius Flint? You're in Mexico? Oh, no way. No way. Kid, Darius Flint. The Darius Flint is here. He wants a piece of the best driver at the festival. Meet me near the East Coast and get here quick.
Hey, we're at the test track. Got my coffee. You know, drop by whenever you're ready to build a car or something. On your own time.
No worries. I'll be right over.
You have arrived early. but the next Horizon Arcade event will begin shortly. Enjoy. Turn around when it is safe to do so. Turn right. You have arrived at your destination.
Right. First step is we gotta choose a donor car. What do we got, Nolan?
Got a couple of options. Which do we want to work on? Remember, if you want to work on a different car later, come back here and pick it from this list.
Just hit the button to bring up the upgrade menu at any time.
We're gonna swap the entire drivetrain. All-wheel drive is what we need to make a rally beast out of this. Check conversions for that. Hey, nicely done.
Don't worry about the cost of upgrades just now. James will get that.
What? Fine. Nice tires, my friend. Yeah, looking good. That should do it for the first pass. All right, take it around the test track.
So, this is the Horizon test track. Looks like there's routes for asphalt, mixed surface, and even off-road all signposted up. Nice. Is this new?
Yeah, pretty new. I can't wait to bring all my other cars here.
When you're ready, bring up the upgrade menu. Hey, I've just finished setting up. Head on over when you can.
In 400 meters, turn right. Turn right.
I've hooked up some computer bits to the car. I need you to drive it as fast as possible along the entire route.
Are you ready to put this car to the test?
Let's do this!
Telemetry is good. Keep going. Another set of corners ahead. Looking good.
And that's it. Nice. We've got good average speeds and handling, but I think we need a time trial of this car.
Oh, for sure. I think I know a place. I'll call you.
I want to fix my 4 flats.
Yo, this is the place. Get down here so we can time trial this car.
I've got the route laid out and ran some numbers for the times you should be aiming for.
I swear, Nolan, I'm gonna start charging the festival for all the work you're doing.
We've got to be scientific, man.
All right, jump in. Let's go.
Go! Keep it on the road. I've put down some stuff to mark the turnoff.
Is he always this excited?
You have no idea. He loves rolls. There we go. You know, I think we built a pretty good car.
I think we actually have to put it up against something along a rally route.
There's some great roads near the old airfield.
Well, that sounds like what we need. Let's meet there. down the place. It looks like it's gonna rain though, so don't leave us hanging here. You know, for a famously fast person, you certainly are late a lot.
I'll be there shortly. Head into one of the old hangars if it starts to chuck down.
Just hit everything on the fucking road, man. Keeping all that. Fucking see that prick?
Yeah, it started to rain. But that's just gonna make this an even better test.
Speak for yourself, dude. I'm not riding in that through this weather. I will be driving this.
James, where did you get that?
Some Scottish guy named Alex handed me the keys. Man, I love Horizon. See you guys.
Guess it's just me and you then, Nolan.
Hey, boys. Like the car?
I'll call the route, you drive, let's get him. Easy right, then easy left. Hard left, hard left. Two jumps in the easy right. Jump, then easy right into water. Don't cut.
Nothing that fat kid.
Easy left into hard left. Don't cut. Water into easy right.
How's that hunk of junk holding up? I've got heated seats in here.
I've got questions about my life choices? Crossing asphalt, then into a right. Don't cut. Easy right into long left. Caution. Long right into easy left, then hard right in surface change. Now it's asphalt to the end. Get him!
And there we go. Listen, it's not your fault. I'm just a better driver than you.
More like you're driving a rally monster and we're in something we welded up this morning. I know I've been itching to do some money pit.
We might even be able to get high and low car down here. I mean, if we're careful. This is gonna be great. We'll talk soon.
From here, we will reach El Arco just as the sun sets, if you believe the story.
At the roundabout, take the second exit. Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Okay, we'll check out El Arco de Cabo San Lucas and see if it matches the book. Let's get there fast.
You read my mind.
By the ark, looking out across the Pacific in the warm light of the setting sun. I don't see it. Huh. Well, let's get some lunch and try back later in the day. Oh, I told you that was the best place to eat around here. Was I wrong? Aye. Okay, we need to get going. Can you get us to the beach before the sun sets?
You mean outrun the sun? Yep, I think I can do that. Even with the extra helping of tres leches.
Now, down to El Arco before we lose a light. And get your camera ready. book said. Grab a picture of it.
Right, that is freaking me out. It's right there. How did we miss it?
The shadows were really deep just here earlier. Maybe we just didn't see it? But now I really want to see if we can find any more of these mysterious statues.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Hola, amigo. I've been reading.
The diary over and over. I think Lady Sydney's expedition came inland, but no sé, it's hard to find the evidence.
Turn left.
Ok, mira, escucha. Listen to this. El pueblo de Mulegé. Un oasis tranquilo. If she made it to Mulegé, the expedition must have traveled upriver. I still can't believe this. I used to take the book to mi escuela and my teachers told me Lady Wolverstone's adventures were as fictional as Pedro Páramo or Sherlock Holmes.
So she never got any credit?
Never asked for any. She said she was writing stories for her grandchildren. But if they're true, her story deserves to be told. And you and I can prove it. Vamos, to Mulegé. Let's go. We can start in the center of town and move outwards. Beautiful Mulegé is. A ver. Let's get shots around here while we search.
Bitch, you distracted.
People have lived here for thousands of years because of the water and the fishing and, well, now tourism too. Must have camped on the south edge of the river. A ver, hey, can you see anything? Wow, there it is, just there in the trees. How did I never see this before?
I've raced this road 100 times and never seen it either. Hidden by the trees, maybe?
Lady Sydney writes that a local bruja, a wise woman, said the statues were only visible on certain days in the rain because they are statues of Tlaloc.
I still think it's the trees hiding it. But call me when you work out the next location, okay?
Hola, amigo. Haley called to ask about the promo shots, but when I told her about the diary, she said we could wait. Come pick me up. We need to go to Agua Azul.
I'll be right over.
Arcade will begin shortly. Good luck.
Ready to head for Agua Azul? Eso bien. We might get a little wet.
I'll keep the windows closed.
Okay, a ver. Okay, let me translate this part. Cool waters of Agua Azul quenched our thirst and inspired our hearts. In the heart of the blue water is where we found them.
Then, are we looking for more than one statue? And in the heart of the blue water? What does that mean, Alan?
So the question is, why was the diary of Lady Sydney Wolverstone published as fiction? She was really here. She really had aventuras all over Mexico.
Maybe she didn't want to be famous.
Or maybe she didn't think anybody would believe her. Muy bien. Keep heading west. Muy bien, ahí estás. We'll turn off the road near the waterfalls. Okay, we're getting close now. The waterfalls get their name from the bright blue water. The name literally means blue water waterfalls. It has to be the place.
Well, if video games have taught me anything.
It'll be behind the waterfall. Claro, come on.
Fucking me up every time, bruh.
Oh, The pictures are good. And you know, having pictures means no one can doubt us if we can find the statues again.
Shit. Sick of driving those buggies.
Oh, yeah.
Hola, mi amigo. Primo Ramiro says you could use some help exploring the Mexican jungle. I would like to offer mis servicios.
Very kind of you, Juan. Be right there.
Yoy, this is big. I have our next lead. Meet me as soon as you can.
Jets fan?
did I survive this life that I'm living? Had drugs in the kitchen when food was the mission. Had I known what I know today, would I still would've did it? Probably, little different. See, Davey was snitching, I didn't see it and I missed it. Chris was all in the mix and protecting my neck tradition. I grew up all in aggression, the 90s was like a depression. Thousands to climb, it got harder, fell from the heavenly father. Sometimes I felt like a martyr, but then I grew and got smarter. Plus I got a son that's coming up. I used to run from the sun, felt like a vampire too. Was only out for the blood. I had visions of rapping, people up in the rug. Now when I get that angry, I wrap my arms around my son. I just give him a hug, and all my pain goes away, knowing his mama is dead and she lays in the grave. That ain't the greatest statement, but I ain't the greatest person. So hey, so how did I? Hey, so how did I survive this life I'm living? How did I? So how did I survive this life I'm living? Hey, so how did I survive this life I'm living? So how did I survive this life I'm living? How did I survive all those late nights tripping? I had to swallow my pride inside a cars dripping. I seen chalk lines, but this shit was laid out different. Looked like a walk by with 4 knives and 8 guys lit. You ain't gonna talk about them dark times, my guy, I've lived it. I'm dark side till I die, or I die in prison. Hell of an awkward line for you whack ass liars. Such a pile of bullshit, they couldn't stack that higher. So if you whack
Turn around when it is safe to do so. spotted your destination.
No way! You brought Halo to Mexico.
Technically, I brought High Car because I thought someone else could break it for a change.
And I brought Low Car because it's the only one in our parking lot that's running right now.
Then I brought Zach Job because he's my super cool and handy road trip buddy.
Also, I'm the professional and better driver than James.
I came to check out the Horizon Cars team. I've been trying to get to the Horizon Festival forever.
I came because I was hungry. Wait, if we're all here, who's watching the shop?
My dog's got it.
Sure it'll be fine. Wait a sec. You get high and low Z's and I get stopped.
Dude, you have the most important job at Donut right now.
I do? Wait a sec. You get high and low Z's and I get stopped.
Dude, you have the most important job at Donut right now.
I do?
We're always debating between high and low car, right? What's better, cheap and charming or top of the line? What if? There was a third option, some kind of middle car. The coming of mid-car has been...
Why does this car have such shitty fucking...
Spoken of in legend.
Ah, I think I see where you're going with this.
Right now, Team High are headed north and Team Low are headed south.
So, you gotta pick one. Pick Team Low.
High team for reals.
way, we've got tons of cool stuff planned. Gonna shoot some videos, check out some cars, have some very special good times.
What happened to Cars Are Pain?
Cars are pain with a heart, dude. The heart is the most important part.
Way to handle the fair lady. You're gonna fit right in on low team.
High team.
Low team.
All right, my friend. The time has come. Choose wisely. Do you want to ride in high car or low car? Welcome to High Team. We have a lot of money and seafood towers. Okay, we don't have seafood towers right now, but we do have Zach.
It's you and me for this one. James is meeting us on the other side. Road trip!
Woo! Road trip!
Let's see what you can do in High Z on the way to Guanajuato. James says he's setting up, but he's probably just window shopping.
I heard that.
So you probably know this already, but High Z has some gosh dang history. We did everything to this thing. Wheels, tires, brakes, coilovers, turbo, body kit. $100,000 worth. I mean, I did most of the real mechanic stuff, and James said, "Oh, power" a bunch.
Oh, power.
The power delivery is so smooth with these turbos. Everything about the car is pretty sweet.
The seats could be more comfy.
And the best part, on track day, just when we were getting clean laps, we broke it. Black flag. Womp womp. Nice, right? I think high car rides better with you behind the wheel. Honestly, I didn't care who won. I love low car too. Don't tell Nolan I said that.
I won't.
Guanajuato now. Just another day in the life of High Z. Thanks for the ride. Now, where's Pumphrey at?
Arrived at your destination.
Whoa, cool! Whose Miata is this?
Some Horizon drivers starting their own muddy pit?
Man, I love that car.
Hey, time's wasting. I'm not paying you to sit around talking about cars.
You don't pay me at all!
Okay, James. Why are we in the van?
Because Donut Media is a business, all right? We do car culture, positive vibes, and t-shirts with buff horses on. Our interns have set up donut merch stands all over Mexico. We're gonna make some deliveries.
Make sure to park at the stand. Need time to drop everything off. Go, go, go! Like a horse out of heck!
Can we do it fast?
Yes. Yes, we can. Apex, baby! Yeah, that would make a good shirt. Maybe a hat.
Slipped right around that corner though, it's kind of... Take it easy, Campbell.
Lightning, lightning, lightning! Find a parking spot. Go!
It would be hard to drift in a minivan.
Stand way out here. Must be Lord's fault. Whew. Now all the donut fans at Horizon can get their sweet threads and recognize each other and hug and stuff. We did a good thing today.
Hug and stuff?
All right, High Z should have cooled down by now.
Realize y'all can't see the shit. It's kind of a fucking middle, but it's trying to get the shit. Maybe have a better OC.
turn around when it is safe to do so.
stand.
How did I survive this life that I'm living? Had drugs in the kitchen when food was the mission. Had I known what I know today, would I still would've did it? Probably, little different. See, Davey was snitching, I didn't see it and I missed it. Chris was all in the mix and protecting my neck tradition. I grew up all in aggression, the 90s was like a depression. Thousands to climb, it got harder, fell from the heavenly father. Sometimes I felt like a martyr, but then I grew and got smarter. Plus I got a son that's coming up. I used to run from the sun, felt like a vampire too. Was only out for the blood. I had visions of rapping, people up in the rug. Now when I get that angry, I wrap my arms around my son. I just give him a hug, and all my pain goes away, knowing his mama is dead and she lays in the grave. That ain't the greatest statement, but I ain't the greatest person. So hey, so how did I? Hey, so how did I survive this life I'm living? How did I survive this life I'm living? Hey, so how did I survive this life I'm living? So how did I survive this life I'm living? How did I survive all those late nights tripping? I had to swallow my pride inside of cars dripping. I seen chalk lines, but this shit was laid out different. Looked like a walk by with 4 knives and 8 guys lit. You ain't gotta talk about them dark times, my guy, I've lived it. I'm dark side till I die, or I die in prison. Hell of an awkward line for you whack ass liars. Such a pile of bullshit, they couldn't stack that higher. So if you whack and you rap around me, I'm getting tired. I got a long shit list like a bitch ass choir. When I write, I'ma take them all out. Night Esquire, it's out of sight, no fight when I fight with fire. I survive this life that I'm living? Had drugs in the kitchen when food was the mission. Had I known what I know today, would I still would've did it? Probably, little different. See, Davey was snitching, I didn't see it and I missed it. Chris was all in the mix and protecting my neck tradition. I grew up all in aggression, the 90s was like a depression. Thousands to climb, it got hotter, fell from the heavenly father. Sometimes I felt like a martyr, but then I grew and got smarter. Plus I got a son that's coming up. I used to run from the sun, felt like a vampire too. Was only out for the blood. I had visions of rapping, people up in the rug. Now when I get that angry, I wrap my arms around my son. I just give him a hug, and all my pain goes away, knowing his mama is dead and she lays in the grave. That ain't the greatest statement, but I ain't the greatest person. So hey, so hey, so.
Hardened Camaro. Who the fuck comes up with this shit?
definitely found like a glitch in the system here. So. Hey man, if we can get to 100 likes, I'll show you those AC lights coming on. I did a lot of wiring today. A lot of wiring. So how do you know that all this doesn't light up? You guys hit the double tap that screen. Let's get to 100 likes so I can turn all these lights on. There's a little switch over here that does something. Trust me, it doesn't do nothing. OG said soon. It is coming soon, guys. We're definitely gonna see the lights come on soon and see the babies. It's gonna be baby and it's gonna be lights. Maybe if we get to enough likes, she'll have the baby. Oh, she did not look. She's feeling great. I can afford that rig. You definitely can. Hit the gas. I will, man. We're getting there. 81 likes. We're almost to 100 likes. They want me to turn these lights on the dash on. Sway balls take over. Let me get a nut. Doesn't make so much power. Get a CRV cluster out to S2K. How about that? S2000 cluster. You guys can't really see the cluster, I guess, from there. I don't know. Just depends on your screen if you're on the TV or not. thought about doing vertical live streams, but oh, excuse me. The setup was about $600. Everything's in the description. Check out the description, Drizzy, if you're definitely interested in what I've got here. The description is on the top left of the live. I got all the links in there for my store for everything I bought. You're my favorite streamer. Appreciate that crowd doing. Are you in four-wheel drive? No, sir. Front-wheel drive. Yeah, I'll take off my dead stop so you can tell. You pull it, vibes. I dig it. Appreciate it, man. Let's do a dig so you can see we're in front. So we'll do launch control. Alright, launch control, but I don't have anything on, no assist, so it's just gonna bust traction. Starts with, as soon as we hit go in the boost. Let me go over here and see how much boost we're gonna be pushing. 7.3 pounds of boost right out of the gate, so we're probably gonna spin. Yep, front-wheel drive. Hey, do you have BeamMG? I'm not on PC yet, BJ, so we're on Xbox One. This is what you can do on a budget. I was just trying to prove to everybody that you can get the dash in here and get the screen lined up right and still have fun. Even if you got no money, just do stuff with your hands, man. Figure it out. What am I playing? And how big is the TV? Sickest setup I've ever seen. Thank you guys, man. I'm playing Forza Horizon 5, and I'm, is it cheapest? What? How is it cheaper than PC? How is this cheaper than PC? Because it's about $600 in steering wheel equipment that will hook to a PC. But I already had an old dirty Xbox One from like back in the Wild Wild West times. Came out of space, crawl space most likely. Hey, take it easy, Legendary. Denise, we are doing kind of a meet right now. We got people in here, people trying to get in. On the next stop, I'm going to do some invites. If you go to the description, that tells you how to get in the game. Send me a request to join, and we'll get you in here. Setup costs more than the system. Respect. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, the setup is just the wheel and the pedals and the shifter. Everything else is homemade from an EG Civic outside. He said drift in a front-wheel drive car. I can't go though. I can do that. I'm a cruise with the hot rod. This guy always gets it with me. Who is that, old cars? I say gets it with me, and then he just proceeds to disappear. I'm getting on right now. Google One sounds good, dude. EG interior, yes sir. I mean, that car has AC, and nothing was wrong with it, but it just sits outside when I drive the bag wagon all the time. So I really hate to just leave the interior rotten. The speakers were getting kind of sun rotted. Like, man, you know what? Just bring it in the house. 55-inch TV, that's what that question was. 55-inch Hisense TV from forever ago as well. Charge, I thought it was old cars, yeah. Xbox. I added you on Xbox. Adding me if I can't add you back unless you're a member. If you're a member, I'll put you in my favorites so I can send auto invites when I hop on. But if you send me a request to join the game, I can get you in here. Rodney Hendrick, Forza. Yes, sir, this is Forza. He said, Lord, read the description. Yes, sir, if you click the top.
So stupid.
How did I survive this life that I'm living? Had drugs in the kitchen when food was the mission. Had I known what I know today, would I still would've did it? Probably, little different. See, Davey was snitching, I didn't see it and I missed it. Chris was all in the mix and protecting my neck tradition. I grew up all in aggression, the 90s was like a depression. Thousands to climb, it got harder, fell from the heavenly father. Sometimes I felt like a martyr, but then I grew and got smarter. Plus I got a son that's coming up. I used to run from the sun, felt like a vampire too. Was only out for the blood. I had visions of rapping, people up in the rug. Now when I get that angry, I wrap my arms around my son. I just give him a hug, and all my pain goes away, knowing his mama is dead and she lays in the grave. That ain't the greatest statement, but I ain't the greatest person. So hey, so how did I? Hey, so how did I survive this life I'm living? How did I survive this life I'm living? Hey, so how did I survive this life I'm living? So how did I survive this life I'm living? How did I survive all those late nights tripping? I had to swallow my pride inside a cop cars dripping. I seen chalk lines, but this shit was laid out different. Looked like a walk by with 4 knives and 8 guys lit. You ain't gonna talk about them dark times, my guy, I've lived it. I'm dark side till I die, or I die in prison. Hell of an awkward line for you whack ass liars. Such a pile of bullshit, they couldn't stack that higher. So if you whack and you rap around me, I'm getting tired. I got a long shit list like a bitch ass choir. When I write, I'ma take them all out. Night Esquire, it's out of sight, no fight when I fight with fire. High def, motherfucker, make your mic retire. Slight twitch from the right hand, make your right man lie right beside you. 5 for 5, but don't let me remind you. 5 for 5, but don't let me remind you. So how did I? Hey, so